Hello, can you hear me? SGT Music. This might be the first ever time I'm early. Testing, testing, 1, 2. Brilliant. Hello. Hello, Vim. Hello, Abraham. Let's turn that down a bit. Hello, massive car crash. I hope you haven't been in a massive car crash. Right, let me set up the chat in a window here. There we go. Let's put you in a separate window over there. Something like that. Hello, Hypo. You saw the Resident Evil drum and bass. Yeah, that turned out really well. I can't remember. I can't remember who suggested the Resident Evil thing. It was spot on. I hope everyone is well too. I am. Thank you, Vim. I have my cup of tea. I'm not actually supposed to be streaming. I was just testing if it was working, and it just went live. So here we are. Hello, Maxa. Hello, D Haas. Hello, Vishal. Happy New Year. Hello, Chris. What track is this? Oh, good question. What is it? Good question. Hang on. It's I should know this. Oh, thank you for the $5, Dihas. 1 second. Before I forget what my train of thought, what is this track called? Oh. I only know my name for it. On my system, it's called Stranger Things. It's just called Stranger Tech House, I think. I can't remember what my manager put it out as. I'll have to message him. Yeah, it's basically the principle of the Stranger Things art on a tech house beat. I made a 15-minute long version of it for the background of the last AI discussion. Dehas, what did you say? You're in Swanton. Where's Swanton? Swinton? Swanton. And we're supposed to get 30 feet of snow. 30 inches of snow, sorry. You've already got 1.5 feet. Oh my, what God. Well, wrap up. I hope you're safe. Swanton. Was that a typo, or am I just no. Where's that in Oh, near Birmingham. Is that Swanton? 30 feet of snow, yeah. 30 inches, sorry, yeah. I'm thinking of all those, speaking of AI, there's a bunch of news outlets. I'm not sure if they were American or if any English ones for it. I don't watch the news. But apparently a bunch of news outlets fell for a story about snow in Siberia or Russia somewhere, and they were showing these kids sledding down an entire, like, high-rise block because the snow had got that high, and the news fell for it. That looked like more than 30 feet of snow. Who else we got in? Hello, Maxa. Hello, happy Massive Junglists. Yeah, you all, yes. Hello, what's that? Greedo Okinobi. Hello, RD. Thank you. Love your content. You're very welcome. Thank you. Thanks for stopping by. What's Fishal saying? Using a pirated copy of FL Studio version 10. And man, making music is so hard, but I am learning. Any tips on how to keep the motivation? That's a good question. It's well, the demotivation comes from expecting more earlier, right? You hear all these stories about anyone can make music with a laptop, blah blah blah, and I'm sure many people think because computers and software have got so advanced now that it's easy. It's much easier than it was, but it's not easy. It never is easy. Music itself is not easy. Yeah, what do you do for motivation? I mean, obviously temper your expectations. There's a reason there's a popular saying in the industry called the 10-year overnight success, right? So well, there's another saying. Comparison is the thief of joy. If you comparing yourself to anyone else who you notice has become successful, trust me, they've taken about 10 years to get there. So it doesn't matter what field, really, especially the arts. It's incredibly but yeah, it depends what you want out of it, really. One of the things that kills motivation is, I think if you're new to this, you don't realize there's about... You're undertaking at least 7 jobs that 7 separate people used to do. Usually more, in fact. Now, because the technology's got so advanced, people coming into this new are undertaking lots of jobs simultaneously. So you've got producer, you've got writer, engineer, arranger. You know, even melody used to be separate to harmony back in the day. The top line writers would write the melodies, and then people would write chords separately, you know, backing tracks and things like that. And then the arrangement guy would do the arrangement person would do something separate, arrange it all. So yeah, I think key to motivation is understanding that you're not going to make something complete in a single evening if you're new, or even if you've been doing it for a few years. It's still, you're learning lots of separate things. So I would set yourself smaller goals, like learn how to use a single synth that you happen to like. Maybe you've taken a liking to the look of Diva, or you saw a tutorial and it really clicked with you. Then just you know, spend an evening or a week or a month getting to grips with Diva, the synth, or something like that, or Vital or whatever. I would those are the little wins. But the other thing is, because I play a lot of Rocket League, and it's kind of my win rate in Rocket League is 55%, right? So it's slow going if you want to climb the ranks. And not that I've played for a while, but I always took the attitude of, I call it win or learn, not win or lose, right? So if you try something in FL Studio or you fail at something, don't beat yourself up about that, because that's still a win in the sense that you just learned something that now doesn't work, or you now know what not to do. There's always some learning going on, even if it doesn't get you towards your original goal. Does that make sense? So you can be, there's lots of ways. It's definitely a mental shift in terms of, what you were expecting. So celebrate all your little wins, even if it's technically like a failure, like you don't understand something. Then celebrate all the things you're learning, or now understanding that you don't know, or you're finding out. It can be very overwhelming. A lot of people have commented on the channel about. I think the last one was on the Bass Pro video, or Pro Bass, whatever I called it. One guy was very demotivated, saying he didn't realize it went this deep, and now it feels like, a whole ocean has opened up in front of him, and he's got to kind of tackle it. And that's one way of looking at it, but you could be excited by that as well, because there's just lots to discover. And also, understand the fact that great music has never required a complete knowledge of any of either music itself or the technology. It's very important to have fun. And I know that's hard when there's kind of technology barriers and things, but it is hard, but temper your expectations as to what you're trying to get out of each session. I like to recommend things called sandbox sessions. Don't try and make a track every night, every time you sit down in front of the computer or whatever you've got. Don't try and like finish something. Just try and... I call them sandbox sessions, so it could be just a preset making evening, or just learn what a compressor or an EQ does properly, or do some ear training, or just make it about that one thing. You're probably putting too much pressure on yourself to learn too much too fast. Like I said, there's lots of learning. There's lots to go. I hope some of that helps. Shazam says this track is a remix of "You Know Me" by Figueredo. Interesting. Never heard it. Yeah, Shazam isn't the best. I think the Google one's a bit better, You're in the West Midlands, and there's definitely no snow, so it's not that Swanton. Do I use hi-hat loops? Whenever I try to use singular samples, I can never get them to sit right. Yes, I use a lot of top loops. Yeah, top loops are very hard to... this is one of the big advantages of a service like Splice or something, which is why I keep telling people about them. It just bypasses all of that. If you try to make a top loop yourself, and again, if you've got the expectation of it sounding a certain way off a certain record, then you have to imagine, we've had sampling since the early 80s, and even before that they were sampling on tape. So can you imagine the amount of cycles various samples have gone through, being sampled from a record and put on another record, and then sampled from that record while it had extra stuff on top of it, like another loop added, a tambourine from another record, and then a break, and then sampled onto the next record. It's impossible to kind of estimate how much damage and processing and phase changes and messing around that was done to just a hi-hat even on certain records, if it's been dragged across decades of sampling. So some top loops have extremely interesting flavors, and to try and recreate them is extremely difficult. So if you have your heart set on certain flavors, yeah, you trying to make your own top loops out of, loading a hi-hat sample into a drum machine, drum pad loader or something like that, and then making your own pattern with that is going to sound very, very different. It's not necessarily worse. It's just, again, it's what do you want out of it? At the very least, I would probably suggest, are there any free ones? What I was going to say is you can get some way towards the flavor by using an EQ match plugin, tonal match plugin. Actually, there was a free one. What's it called? Is it Spectrum Thief? Is that it? Have I got that? I've tried a few. Spectrum Thief. That's not how you spell Spectrum. That might be a problem. I do have it. Is this? I'll know the interface. Yeah, this is the one. Okay, right. So it's a bit strange, this one, because it uses effectively captures an impulse response. But yeah, you can use an EQ matching plugin to try and get your sounds to sound closer to the top of another record. All of its weird troughs and peaks that you wouldn't ever be able to predict with your ears. It's one way of getting a certain type of flavor, anyway. But yeah, top loops. I don't just use hi-hat top loops. I usually end up layering up to 10 sometimes. Depends what you need. Sometimes I'm always looking for sparkle from a tambourine or a ride cymbal, and then a hi-hat and a shaker for the extra mids. If I'm making fast tech or techno, sometimes you need what I call the nicka-nacka, that's got a lot of low mids in there, like someone's pitched down a shaker or pitched a hi-hat, or even it sounds sometimes like they've manipulated a clap on repeat. I actually don't know how those techno loops are made. I've never looked into it, but I use those for loops. I use then obviously sometimes you need the open loop, open hats versus the fast hats. You got short hats, and then you need the open ones as well. And then yeah, sometimes by the time you're done, I've got 10 loops going, and never mind making my own. So yeah, you layering all that flavor. And then obviously you got the ambience. Some loops have got, subtle reverb on, and anyway. Yeah, I'm not surprised trying to make your own is sounding very different and hard to sit. Because in your mind it doesn't sit because it sounds so raw and dry and not sampled. So either adjust your expectations in terms of the flavor, or actually, while we're on the subject, I do need to. A lot of people ask me, how do you get sounds to sit together? And I still don't really understand the question. Because I don't think it's an issue. I know what people mean by it, but that was always a problem we had in rock music. But that problem was only ever a case because you had sounds in physical spaces like a drum kit. And then if your guitars didn't have some of the same reverb on, they would sound like really stuck out in front. And sometimes you wanted that, sometimes you didn't. In electronic music though, not even just dance music, in electronic music, all the sounds are abstract. So this concept of having them sit together isn't really an aim for me. I don't understand this. I mean, you've got general mixing. Like if it doesn't sit, then it's probably standing out too much. Either in one of the three areas, right? Volume, frequency area, or width. That's about it, really. That's all I can think of. I don't know. I can't. People keep asking me, and I don't know what the video is on that. I really don't, because Maybe it's just because my ears have been trained for so long. I kind of do it automatically now, and I don't even understand. It's second nature now. I just pick sounds which work together, and I don't have to think about it. But I don't know why they work together. It could be that. But I mean, I just did a video rant on AI, right? So stuff that doesn't fit together should probably be the aim now, because at every stage you have to be thinking, what won't AI do? So the more it sounds like it does sit together, the more predictable it is and boring. In could be one argument. So I wouldn't worry about it too much. In other words. Rant over. Sorry. Hello, C-Ray. Sorry, just catching up on chats. I went off on one of my... great question, though. Thank you. Breath, body, sound. Make friends with the pain and discomfort of learning to wear all the different hats. Yes. Well, or just collab with someone. Another thing I don't think we have enough of these days, and I'm guilty of this as much as anyone, is collabs. Get people to help. The one thing that AI is good for is it's making people realize that they can produce in terms of the original role of a producer, and to make decisions and then bark instructions at musicians who hopefully understand what the instructions were. Anyone who's prompting an AI is acting as a producer, and I think that role is still essential. When you're on your own, it's the hardest bit to do. There's very few people in history that have managed to successfully self-produce. I'll always use Prince as an example. He's one of the very few. And if you look at his output, it's almost impossible for anyone else to achieve. Absolute outlier. For anyone else, I recommend get a producer. But most people don't identify as producers. That's the other problem. Everyone wants to be the DJ or the star or the writer. Or they think producer means engineer. What's Chris saying? I made a percussion loop the other day. It sounded great, but 2 hours later it got deleted. Yes. I did. This is the reason I made that video. I think the question originally was, how do I make my own drum sounds? So I made a video called Sounds Are Not Songs, because it is an incredibly time-consuming endeavor. And if you are on your own, and you've still not mastered arrangement or production in the original sense of the word, or branding, all the really top-down important bits, then I think making your own sounds is, well, again, from a professional perspective, I think making your own sounds is a tough sell in terms of, good use of time. Unless it's the whole point of the act. Although, again, on the other side of the coin, the AI argument, making your own sounds, means you would stand out in that sense. The problem is most people like yourself who just, what you did there, it's not unusual. You make your own sounds and then decide, because it's not familiar enough to something you already like, you would just end up deleting it. So it's very hard to... I do have a video on originality coming up. I've still not finished my thoughts on that, but that's one of the originality paradoxes. If it's too original, people don't get it. Hello, Zaid. ZN, is that the full word? ZN9. Hello, Siebes. Hello, Techum. Greedo Kenobi. Everything sits together because nothing stands out. Oh, I see what you did there. Yes. I suppose that's... Yeah. So, yeah. And again, both a good and a bad thing, I would say. Hello, DJ. Is that Kazas? Kazas? KZAS? How would you go about pronouncing that? Bear in mind, I'm British, so certain especially Z versus Z. Certain things don't roll off the tongue in English versus American English, or wherever you might be from. Making a high quantity of sounds probably helps the most in making things sound together. Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of people's approach. I see that from a beginner perspective as well. They, because it is typical that the less time you've been doing this, the more things you throw at the track, right? The more you throw more plugins at it, you throw more parts at it. One of the common beginner traits I see across lots of things I've been asked to listen to is they just kind of keep throwing things at it. There's like 3 arps on it, there's 10 pads and 3 basses, and and then when you get to kind of a few years, 10, 20 years down the line, like me, there's just one of everything, because again, yeah, it might just be an ear training thing, but I think what's going on there, the reason they are throwing so many sounds at things is, like you say, it's trying to get things to sit. And one way to do that is to kind of layer and amalgamate everything. So that could be one reason, yeah. We need a new tune. I didn't mix down the drum and bass yet with the Resident Evil thing. Oh, somebody asked me to make Viking techno. I wouldn't call it techno, but this was like the reference he gave me. A friend of mine, a friend of a friend, was making a film, and they just quickly asked, "Can you make a quick Viking techno thing for his main antagonist in the film?" That's been my only production this year, I think. How have I been? I've been great, Steves. Thank you. Hello. How are you? Hello, music lovers. Hello, Hendrix. Yes. Sorry, Anthony, was that a question? It wasn't written as one. To use the AI sample, sometimes the range of the sample is not high enough or just doesn't sound full in the mix, especially bass. Well, yeah, what you have to remember about how AI produces sound is it's the same as it's a diffusion model, right? As far as I'm aware. Well, it sounds like that to me. It's exactly the same as the image generation. It's carved from noise. So inherently AI samples are there's a lot of noise in them, which kind of prevents them from being clear and powerful. If you're going to get technical on kind of an engineering side, yeah, I'm not surprised the bass would be weak, because it's like extreme MP3ing, right? It has to, not only does it generate from noise, it then has to stem separate things. artificially after the fact, which is a very lossy process. So you're going to lose a lot of clarity and frequencies in the process, and obviously all the phase distortion and things like that. I don't know what the question was though. Was the question on how to remedy that? Oh, we ended up with that tune again. I'm trying to find a song that's what was this? Some kind of extended stutter. What was this? Oh, yeah, this is one we finished live on stream, wasn't it? I don't know if this has been released yet. What did I miss? Girthador. Is that Girthador? Ungirthador? Unger the Ogre. Oda. Oh, okay. Lots of ways of saying that name, actually. Been a producer for 3 years now. I struggle with the kick and bass. Well, don't we all? After 3 years, still having problems. For me, it's the most difficult thing in production. Yeah, I mean, for electronic dance production, if bass is, the point of the genre, like a lot of electric genres, then yeah, it's a lifetime struggle. I can't pretend. Have you seen my video on how not to master? I would say. I've done videos on how I process bass, on how I don't master. That helps a lot with the low end. But there's always some fight down there. It's where all the energy is taken up, basically. So it dictates the entire headroom and balance of your track, the low end. So yeah, it's. I'll never pretend it's easy. But if you haven't seen those videos, definitely do. Fredian, hello. Hey, any resources or recommended readings on arrangement? I can find a copy of the song's structure, but struggling with going from loop to song without tracing another song. No, you're not the only one. It depends on what it's the destination, right? So, are you trying to be original or effective? There's all kinds of questions I would have to throw at you. In terms of dance music, it's a tough one, really, because, well, what you're trying to aim, if you're not DJing, right? If you don't actually have DJ gigs and you don't have the opportunity to stand up in front of a crowd and try some things to see if they work or not, it's hard to learn while you're doing things, right? So, copying the arrangement of a dance track is hopefully emulating what worked most in its intended destination, be it Spotify or live. So, any resources? Well, again, it depends on what you're making. If you're making dance music, the best resources are if you can find live sets that aren't famous people. Is the best, is the way I would describe it. So, in other words, you need to try. It's getting rarer and rarer to find footage of this, but you need to find live sets where people bought the tickets not for the name on the ticket. You understand? Because it's become a very name-driven. This is how all the payola works with the clubs and spots through the promoters. But if you can find a set that's organic, it's probably the word I would use, where people are actually dancing kind of out of surprise. So you usually not big gigs, but I would copy the arrangements on on some of those kind of things. But again, depends on you. You need to match the destination. Well, I say copy. I know you're trying not to trace, but in terms of understanding, because you need to watch people. It's entirely based on the audience. Because if it's not based on the audience, then you can do what the hell you like and just make an arrangement with a completely original structure, and maybe everyone will copy you in 3 years' time. Who knows? Anyway, yeah, that's my take on it. I have to do the same. I have to trace arrangements all the time because I'm not DJing. I'm writing for the DJ, so I have to rely on them to tell me what works and what doesn't out in the real world, because I'm just a studio hermit stuck indoors. Sometimes I get invited to be their entourage and stuff, but less so lately. Since I started YouTube, I've had a lot less time to go to gigs. So my advice gets worse and worse the longer I do YouTube, I suppose. Do I allow people to pay me for mixing, Anthony? No. No, I can't really do. I've got no practice in really mixing other people's tracks. It comes down to the reasons I outlined in my videos on how to not master. Because I barely mix tracks these days. What you're hearing, say, for example, here, I mean, I don't know if you like the sound of this, but just because it's on screen, this example, everything here is, well, I say everything, 90% of this is the sound choice from when I started and what I was referencing at the time. Not the best mix I've done. Also, I don't really, I don't spend a lot of time on it these days because it doesn't matter. It matters to a degree, but the sound choice. If you get the sound choice right, you don't need to mix. Bit of sidechain for groove, and you're done. I know that's an exaggeration, but that's kind of the idea. No mixing, no mastering. That's the ideal way a track comes together. Just sound selection, idea, as fast as possible. Do some creative, what I do in terms of mixing is more personal preference, like the amount of reverb you would put on something, or, whether it's part of the sound design. It's not actually problem solving. Now, hopefully the problems are solved right at the beginning when you select your kick and bass, get that sidechain nice up to the same level as your mastered reference, and then the rest is up to you. There's no. So what I'm trying to say is, if I was to mix your track, I would have needed to be involved when you started the track in the first place. So that's why I don't do it, because if you hand me all of your sounds that you've already selected, and then I have to kind of make that work, if you're expecting it to come out like one of my tracks, it can't, can it? Because I didn't select the sounds. So anyway, yeah, that's why I don't do it. Same reason I don't master for people, because I don't master tracks. Hypo, found your video on mono and spectral correlation, super helpful. Oh, good. Yeah, that one, that video did really well. I was very surprised. A lot of angry live engineers in the comments were telling me all of their rigs were stereo. But that's good to know. What is my favorite Resident Evil game? I mean, the first answer that comes to mind is Code Veronica Dreamcast, because that felt like a big leap for the series. I don't know. I'll say Code Veronica for now, just because the nostalgia is bigger than I think the joy I got from 4, or I've not played past 7, so I can't comment on. I own the remakes as well. I've not tried I tell you what, Resident Evil 2 remake looks really good. I wouldn't be surprised if that becomes a favorite, because two was really good, the original. Again, the Dreamcast got a great version of that. But Code Veronica just has a special place in my heart, I think. I spent the most time in that one. How about Pirate Techno, says Chris. We could try it. We need to do something this stream. Oh, so the stereo thing helped you polish your final mix? You found lots of serum and reverb with issues, and you finally got it to work in mono. Good. Great. Yeah, on that subject, I had a lot of complaints in the comments about, again, still people don't really understand the core of the message on. They were saying I was lying about, I did actually use a bad language. I said most rigs are mono, and when you get to a certain level, that's not true. I should have said a lot of live rigs are mono, because the smaller clubs certainly are. When you get up into, you know, the bigger clubs and some live festivals, it's not the case anymore. But yeah, so I got a lot of people commenting, picking at that kind of thing, but they still fundamentally agreed that it's important to get the mono right, because it's just like how we would EQ something, right? Hopefully this song, again, I'm just using this as a random example, but hopefully any mix I do is balanced in such a way that it would work on a lot of systems. I mean, if that's what it's designed to do. Like this is obviously, this isn't a club track, this is a Spotify kind of thing, right? So yeah, in the same way that you would balance tonally for it to work on lots of systems, the whole point of balancing width is the same. It needs to be balanced width-wise in order for it to work on a lot of systems, because some systems have horrendous artificial width enhancing, and some systems have no stereo, fake stereo. There's all kinds of outcomes you need to be prepared for, and as long as your track works in mono, you're kind of prepared for all of that. How do I make my 909 hiatus sound like 90s hard trance records? What's 909 hiatus? Is that a unit, or are you saying you've taken a break from it? I don't understand what. Somebody fill me in on that. Sorry. Do I need to Google? Oh, it's a plugin. Or is it? You'll have to expand on that. Sorry, Tom Edwards. Oh, hi-hats. Sorry, you did expand on that. Two lines down. I just need to read a bit more, don't I? How do you make your 909 hi-hats sound like the 90s hard trance records? So it comes down to what we were discussing earlier about samples being resampled and sampled and resampled and sampled, and there's all kinds of things going on. So vinyl clipping has a big part to play in that. So there's a good, actually, I'll tell you a great shortcut to half of the battle would be grab Air Windows Consolidated and throw on, it's under stereo, I think, to vinyl 4. Listen to what this does to to this track. You can really smush the highs. It simulates what the what clipping the lathe would do, basically, in a fashion, amongst other things. Same with tape. If you bias tape in a certain way, again, Airwin Consolidated's got some tape stuff in there. What does it come under? Oh, it's got its own category. There we go. Somewhere between tape, vinyl, accurate emulations. What else would you go for? EQ matching we were talking about earlier. You could always try an EQ match because they're going to have lots of strange frequency responses from all of the resampling. What else would you go for? Well, don't forget, a lot of these use a lot more reverb on tops than we do now. But that'll get you some of the way towards that aggressive, kind of smushy, but not harsh sound from the 90s techno stuff. It's not easy. They usually mix in with all kinds of other things as well. If you listen harder, it's not just hi-hats. Yes, Das Record. Classic dance arrangements do not go out of style for a reason. Yes. Yeah, so don't worry about tracing those arrangements. I've seen all my videos. I was thinking how you look. Well, my face is online. If you go back far enough on my Instagram, I reckon my face is on there somewhere. I think I started my Instagram page when I started getting invited to write in Nashville. So the first time I started going to Nashville guitar shops and things, I started taking pictures of my face in shock at the side of those shops. So yeah, you'll see my face here and there. I'll probably put my face on camera for the 100K, right? Oh, thank you for the $2 Pack Rat mixes. Finally catching us a live stream. You're very welcome. Sorry, just catching up on these on all these comments. Can you please explain how to tighten low end? What does tighten mean? I take it you mean it's overblown and bloated. There's a million ways to tighten the low end. If you've got control over the synth, then be careful with the release envelope. Make sure it's monophonic so there's no notes overlapping. Obviously, a good sidechain. Sometimes you may need both a full band sidechain and a spectral sidechain. Most of the work just comes down to having a tighter kick and bass combination of sound selection, basically. Don't use anything more than a single pure sine wave for your subs. Don't fall for all that fat sub preset thing that are all harmonically overblown, because that's just That's the fast route to mud. Any other advice? Watch my pro bass video. Make sure, the key of your bass is not clashing too hard with the key of your kick. Oh yeah, that's another tip. I don't recommend, unless for certain genres, I don't generally recommend tuning the kick to a note that is the same as the key of the track. That seems to divide the community. That one. What else? Let's get some, I'm still looking for, let me just. The problem is, for the last 6 months, all of my songs sound like this. It's not dance music. It's, I've been recreating classic South Asian melodies for a museum project, and it's all kind of background museum music. So I've been doing that for 6 months, while me and my manager discuss rebranding Bthelick for different genres. So I've got to wade through 6 months worth of Indian, South Asian. It's not just Indian. Museum music. Oh yeah, for a while it was going to be kind of Enigma style stuff as well. We thought that might work, but then it turned out to have too much bottom end for the museums. Destination is important, guys. Let's have a look at some more questions. Can I answer a single question before this track finishes? Actually, let's time myself. So, Anthony, for an AI sample like a hardstyle saw, the height of the sound reaches its peak too low in the mix. Multiband and EQ could not even give it more headroom. Yeah, no, you can't. It's baked into the sound. You can't really help it. You'd have to understand or do some serious analysis as to where the phase problems are that are causing it to peak on the meters, but not orally. I mean, I must ask, after all of that effort, is it that much more difficult just to get a synth preset? Oh, I'm really behind on the comments. Someone just commented on Fridian, original This is effective is a great way to think about it. Yeah, that was a while ago, sorry. When writing this, do I use traditional diatonic scales? Most South Asian music does, yes. Most Indian music, for example, is in just normal minor. It's the inflections which give it the distinct flavor, the bending of notes to notes. And the choice of intervals in the melodies it's mostly just diatonic minor, believe it or not. The amount of times I had to use anything other than minor is Phrygian can be fairly common. But again, majority of it will be minor, very much like electronic music. In the old classical, like for example, Merajuta here, I'm not sure how you pronounce that, sorry. But this will go from, I've got the one with the vocal in. This will go from major to minor. You get sometimes like Mixolydian as well, but so that's harmonic minor. Na 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 na. So he's going 1 1 1 5 6 1 1 sharp 7 1. That's harmonic minor there. And then yeah, the verse is major. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. Sorry, 1 2 3 4 5 4 3 2 1 in major. But then flat 6. Na 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 na. So that's quite a flavorful one. The older you go back, which I suppose is the sense with all regions of music, not just South Asian. The further you go back, the more freeform the keys are, the scales are. It's they just switch between modes a lot more. So it's within the given sections, they're all diatonic. So but yeah, I basically had to hand the melodies to a guitarist. So that's me playing the sitar melody over the vocal on a sample. There's a string. There's a classic example of what makes this area of music different to Western. That turn there, I call them turns, embellishments. There's like a triplet run of like, it goes between note 2 and note 3, and then note 1 and note 2. Like, you get that a lot. That obviously when it's done on the voice, you get lots of that's what you would call it, a melisma. So within one beat, it would look like triplets doing, even if it was just C major, it would be this kind of thing. If you just wanted to get from D to B, that run might look like this. So the actual melody is like da da da, but that would be da 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 da, very fast kind of thing. So yeah, it's all in the flavor of the inflections. Anyway, yeah, it's fascinating. I find all that kind of stuff fascinating. I like being exposed to all those kind of different things. Is there something you can't do? Lots of things I can't do, Connor. Thank you, though. But yes, good question. It is just diatonic, believe it or not. You wouldn't believe it to listen to it, would you? Do I have an insight on the synth of Fred Again's? The synth after the drop on Fred Again's new song with Young Thug might have been made. We can have a listen. Yeah, let's have a listen. No way you find all these samples. No, I didn't find all these samples. The library sourced what they licensed to us, basically. And then I stem separated them with not with Ableton, because stem separation takes about an hour, it seems. Use a free website, the one I've shown on my various videos. Let's look up the what's Fred Again, Young Thug. Let's get demonetized. So it's called Scared, I take it, 2 days ago? Is that what we're listening to? MPE is probably the best for Indian music. Yeah, for certain instruments it might help. I should have a career in singing. Absolutely not. I did front a band in my teens, but I just wanted to sound like James Hetfield from Metallica. So I've never really had my own. I've never really explored what my own voice might be if it was to be a developed instrument. I've got rough pitch when I sing. I can roughly express what I'm trying to say in my mind's ear, and that's about it. Is there a double harmonic major at times? Very rarely. Double harmonic major is more common in Middle Eastern music than South Asian. I know where you're going with that. It does sound very, Arabic as opposed to, I was going to say Hindu, but there's about 50 languages in each region, isn't there? So I don't want to generalize too much. I only know certain songs in, they're either Hindu or Punjabi from the ones I think referenced so far. When does the 4 on the floor kick come in for the museum sub bass? Well, it doesn't. We had to cut it out, basically. Which is why it became all chill. And we went down the Enigma type route. I need to be looking for push the button. Yes, Live 12 does have stem separation built in, but the first time I tried it, I clicked the high quality button, and it took, I kid you not, it took 1 hour to stem separate a 5-minute track into 4 stems. 1 hour. I then learned that the non-high quality version is almost the same, so there's no point pressing that unless you're after really specific results. But, yeah, I'm not doing that again. Scared. It was Scared. Okay, let's have a listen. Maybe we can do it fast enough. If I don't listen to the whole thing, just like... Is it that synth? Boom, boom. You have to let me know. If I don't leave it playing too long, we might be okay. Or are you talking about that one? Give me a timestamp, actually. The long one or the stab? That thing? This heavily distorted... Oh, the stab mode. Oh, the stab. Okay, hang on. Let me find where it is. Bow, bow. Hello, Vlogix. Thank you. Oh, that's a good one. That's a good question. What would that be? Am I hearing oscillator sync in there? Or is that just the... Is that just like a formant filter? Wow, wow. Ooh. What would that be? Yeah, it's definitely an envelope. But what's the envelope driving? That's the question. Because it doesn't sound like a standard it doesn't sound like a standard filter. There's chorus in there. There's definitely detune or chorus. Quite tight. But what's it's a it's a fast ramp and decay kind of envelope on driving something like a resonant something. But there's something before that, because it's not just one of these. Way too much anyway. There's like I'm hearing something going on with like comb or I'm either hearing comb filtering from a formant filter or a comb filter. What does the formant filter? Or phased filter maybe. Or it's comb filtering from syncing. Oscillator sync. Where we go. But I don't. Unless it's like. Unless it's kind of all three. What if you do a comb into a phaser? All kinds of combinations it could be. From filter one, go through filter one. Or maybe it's a mix instead of a one into the other. Hell knows what that could be. Yeah. God, it could be. Is a. Could be 3. Definitely lots of modulation though. Obviously from the envelope itself, but you've got some kind of detune on the sound itself. Yeah, it could be here a while on that one. It's kind of a wiry. It's not a saw either. It's I'm hearing some kind. Well, it's either from the sync, but it's an incomplete kind of waveform. It's either pulse width. That wiry sound is. But if you play around with all those 5 things for long enough, you'll probably get kind of close. Yeah. Oh, there's a video of him making it live. Oh, it might just be a pre-made preset. Yeah, it might not. It might not be actual him doing the synthesis. Hello, Cook. But yeah, if I was going to approach, that's where I would start anyway. It'd be sync or pulse width or both, and then playing around with either comb filters, formant filters, phaser, tight detune, ramping envelope, or whap whap if you want to call it. Yeah, it's interesting though, isn't it? It's nice. Wow, wow. Yeah, I've heard it before. I'm trying to think what. That could just be a specific single filter mode on Serum 2 or Spire or what did the video show him using? Frequency shifting. Yes, it could be that. Although hmm. Definitely. So I need a way of probably need Serum so I can do I can sync a pulse width modulated wave. Oh, it wasn't showing his screen. Of course it wasn't. All right. Yeah. As far as I'm aware, this lets you do sync and PWM, doesn't it? Or I suppose you could just get a PWM wave table and then sync that. If I could remember where those were. I still don't get enough practice in Serum 2 because what the hell? There you go, sound finished. Well, it's not that waveform, is it? Oh, there we go. PWM. We've got normal. Oh, is it? Hang on a minute. Is it just actually pulse width? No. Your boys and the missus are banned from the front room now. Why are you in the front room listening to this? Is this on the TV? This is backroom man cave stuff. Siebes. Don't commandeer the front room just for music production nonsense. Frequency shifting. Let's I think he's got one, haven't they? Oh, I need one with I need or is it FM? Is it a type of feedback? Oh god, it could be all sorts. Ableton's frequency shifter. What's it called? Live's got one, but it's not called frequency shifter, is it? While I'm here, just let me. Do those? I don't think it's that. We just throw that onto. No, it's not. I really need pulse width control over a standard saw or. Actually. Now I'll do it with it. Need to listen again. Oh, I know it. Is it just called shifter? Oh, there we go. Thank you. Yeah. No, it's not. You know, it almost sounds like it's got the chorus I'm hearing is as a result of delay shifting. That might be where the frequency shifting you're hearing is coming from. I don't think it's this kind of almost ring modulated shifting, is it? Oh, I think it's got ring, hasn't it? What does that sound like in? I don't think it's frequency shifted in that sense. There's a delay in there, like Ableton shifter. Pitch hack? Is that another plugin? Fred uses Pro Tools, if that helps. Probably not. Although maybe. Does it have any bespoke? I've not touched Pro Tools for about 20 years. Never liked it. Yeah, Conrad, I thought he would be a Logic user as well. He strikes me as a Logic user. R2D2 in the house, yes. R2D2 was made with SNH LFO set onto a... Oh, it wasn't a frequency shifter, was it? It was a... Is it ring mod? It could be FFT, granular. It's so doable though. I would need to go away and just mess around for a couple of hours before. Yeah, Logic user. Color bass plugin. Really? What does that do? Rings a bell? Oh, one of the spectral on plug data, is it?
As long as I've been producing color bass,
Is this a developer?
spectral is a unique spectral morphing tool hosted in plug data,
Oh,
named
it is
after the
a
myth
plug data.
one using another. It effectively combines the retuning ability of pitch map with the blending features. Chimera will surely file into the
Show me.
the frequency
Not exactly.
hear and modify a continuous spectrum, the pitch of that bin through time. And by stealing this change in phase from another signal, we can replicate that signal's pitch using the magnitude spectrum of our main signal. Combine this with other intermediate ephemerode, which will be $4 and several months of hard work. Spectrum.
It's possible. It could be Bthelick stretch. I doubt it's that. Bro, hit me with the treble that has the rebels disheveled. What's that from? Well, I did say I heard phasing, so that would explain the spectral side of what I'm hearing. Yeah. It's the underlying waveform is as much a mystery as the processing on top. Because it could just be a spectral waveform being a spectral wavetable and nothing more. Oh, let me you just don't know. It could be one of these. And it might not be phased at all. Or it could be a custom. You could just drag in anything, a sample of anything. And you might... You know what I mean? It could be all sorts of things from... It's not a simple... All we know for a fact is it's not a... let's go for Dynamic pitch map, no. Frequency. Oh wow, it's grabbed my folder. But yeah, it's not going to be a quick one. But thank you for the challenge. I think we should probably let's see the hate. I don't think Fred's music is all that. But at the same time, nor is yours. No. Well, yeah, I mean, no, I think he's a very creative soul. I really loved, I've forgotten the original name of We've Lost Dancing before he sampled the Black Madonna on it. I thought that track was ace. I liked what he did with the Swedish House Mafia. I've liked a few bits of Fred's. Obviously, I've said it 1,000 times, I have to be careful recommending when people say, can we do Fred again sounds, is you have to bear in mind he's technically a Nepo baby. He's got a famous uncle in the industry already, so if you want to emulate his success, we don't know how much of it is from his music. It's just impossible to tell because he's already got a leg up in the with the people that matter. Oh, hello, Crunchlin. Yeah, bless Madonna, We've Lost Dancing. It had another name before he sampled her, and I always forget the name of it. That track he'd done. Yeah, that's the thing. I'm not saying he's automatically paid his way to the top or anything. It's just the opportunities it grants you. Like you say, already successful artists, mentors, and the time to experiment as well is an important one. Yeah, I promised we'd look at Work My Body Corolla. But anyway, thank you to, was it George asking about the sound? Hopefully you've got some food for thought at least. Yeah, definitely modulated, detuned, but just in so many possible different ways. Could just be a good wavetable, or could be a chain of filters, or yeah, or it could, yeah, I'm still half suspecting it could be pulse width, not pulse width, phase distortion or FM. Anyway, right, let's have a look at what was the question again, Crunch? I just had one of them burps that felt like I was having a heart attack. Oh, excuse me. Corolla. Let's have a look. There's an extended mix and a Monster Cat remake. Does it matter? Is this the track? Crunch? You've struggled recreating the bass and kick. Some of the groove is coming from the stab, don't forget. Well, this is a more standard sound, so got thumper kick, 909 style, certainly on the top. You're confused. What is the stream about? What, in general? Or what was the aim? It's music production. People are asking me questions. Could you please give me brutally honest feedback on the track I just released with the mixing without a limiter philosophy? If you've just released it, that's all the feedback you're going to need. Is it doing well? Doesn't matter what I think about it. We'd need to go into a full branding consultation about what your aims are, who it's for, what your other 11 tracks this year are going to be, or 30 tracks, however many you've got lined up, what your brand is, what your story is, what are your brand values, what psychographic audience you're trying to reach, all that stuff. The feedback on one track is not going to help you in any of that. One track is not a plan. It's probably fine. The releasing part is, if you have actually released it, then you've already done everything you need to do. You just find out how it does and then try again. Learn off that one and press forward as fast as possible with everything you've learned from how that one does. So this is the track. Splice vocal. Right, so I need to ask you this, Crunch. Have you seen my video on stealing kick drums? Because that's... The kick drum is half the work, obviously. You need something with those... I mean, let me... First of all, before I just straight up grab a... grab one from the record. Let me show you the type of kick I'm hearing that as, just to put you in the same mindset. So it's got that 909 chest thump, which is that, that kind of like, it's not tight. It's kind of thuddy, sloppy. Like this would be tight. Let me just turn this up. For some reason, EXO is like -10 on output. I don't know why. Probably to accommodate people who mix normally. Let me find a... So, that would be, for example, a very tight, neat kick drum. Almost a sine wave pitched. There's an acoustic one. Let me find... It's not quite that, but that's got some of the chest. If you get what I'm trying to convey here about the chest character, the ooh, that. That's got a bit of it. That's acoustic. I need to find the area. See, that's another neat one, but it's getting there. It's got a little bit of the distortion of a 909 in it, but it's not got the we kind of want that on top of the neat one, but we can't combine them because it'll just be horrendous for headroom. And the reason I'm saying this is so important is that's your upper bass flavor, because you've got this squelchy, probably a saw bass with a resonant filter on, bow 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 bow, almost acid, right? That has to bounce off that kick in a similar. They kind of have to have similar traits, if you will, if you want that bounce off one another to happen, as opposed to complete separation. Like if you had a very neat kick and then that extremely aggressive filter bass, the bass would stand out a lot more, right? It'd be a lot more separate. Now, that's got a bit of it, but again, we've not got enough tops, so yeah, wrong. That sounds like a one that's been layered with a real kick drum beater skin. That's got some of it, but it's too high. It rests too high up. Ah, there's a proper 909. That's got some of the sweep. Let me just listen. No, it's not. It's layered in there, but it's not. It's not that kind of. It's a lot flappier. Anyway, we'll be here all day, so I'm just going to show you the fast forward method. Let me grab. Oh, we need to. I need to save a session. Live stream. Jan26. Hands up everyone who's still putting 2025 after everything, every date. Let's save that in there. But yeah, so the aim is going to be, we have to get this similar area in the upper bass for them to bounce off one another. Let me save this in here. Let me get rid of these off screen. Where's that gone? Did it lie to me? Was it not downloaded? One second. Has my downloader stopped working? That would be awkward. Do I think the sublayer was separate from the mid layer of the bass? I'll have a listen more forensically in a second. A lot of people don't do that. That's kind of something I recommend just for full control. That sounds like a good recommendation from the real Keefers there. Festival Thud Kicks. Is that a pack? If it is, if it isn't, it should be. Oh. So this isn't behaving. 1 second. Bear with me. No, it's not downloading for some reason. Let me try actually putting an extension on it manually. See if it comes down then. Oh, it seems to be having a problem. We might have to manually. Oh, they have samples in Ableton. Oh God, I've not used Ableton's actual kicks for ages. I don't know. Have I downloaded any of the packs for 12? I don't normally bother with them. I'm sure they've got a lot better, but also I've got no way of checking just. Oh, hang on. No, I have. Sounds. Well, according to the searchable sounds. See, this is the reason I don't trust Ableton. Because it calls that a club kick. That sounds like a synth preset, not an actual. That's not bad. Obviously, we got all the live stuff. Trap, maybe. But yeah, in general, just apart from the drum machine stuff. Oh, what have I pressed? Not great. Also, without doing the tone match thing, the format of the search. This is why I use Splice now. Because Ableton made search just so much worse. That's not bad. Yes, yeah, I agree. It's inhibit. Yeah, it's quicker to synthesize one than search through the damn folders now. Scroll down and they get decent. Yeah. Some of those sounded okay in the analog section. I suppose I've got less tolerance for it as well because I'm mostly in dance music. A lot of this is either hip hop or glitch or, electronic kind of experimental. So the things I'm listening for, obviously most of them don't fulfill. Is it 909? If I could point XO to this folder, where are these? See? It won't let me show the folder that these are in, so I can't. Why? No. Anyway. Anyway, yeah, we'll be here forever. See, what the hell is that supposed to be? Fine for experimental, but see, some poor kid's gonna load that and think that's an EDM kick. Bless. It's just hollow. I suppose it's some kind of EDM kick. Right, did this finish? No. So my downloader has stopped working. Okay. How are we supposed to reference this? I don't like referencing in my browser. Anyone else had problems with oh, I know what might grab it. Will J downloader grab it? Let's have a look. Oh, this is going to update now because I've not used it for for ages. Oh, and now it's failed the download because my firewall. Right, that's running. 1 second. Last attempt. If not, we're going to do manual. Oh, this is going to give me the whole video. Oh, hang on. No, we can get audio, can we? Oh, it's an M4A file attached to the video. And Ableton does not import M4As. Oh, okay. And I can't remember what program I used to use to convert those. Anyone else use Clip Grab? Come across this problem before? Has it changed? Has something happened? Anyone know? Yeah, this is the standalone app. Maybe it's just that particular video. Let's try another one. Let's try the Spotify mix instead of the extended.
Work my body, 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 work my body.
It's not the square brackets, is it? VLC. What's YT DLP, Hendrik? Is that the name of the website? Yeah, DJ Sonic. Yeah, it's never been a problem for me either. Have you noticed any change or? Oh, Hendrix, it's giving me a GitHub link. Command line. Oh, no, 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 no. I ain't about to get into command line stuff. Yeah, clip grabber's working for you. Use my own tracks as a reference. That's the problem. I'd have to go searching for one of my tracks that has a similar kick drum, and I, for the life of me, wouldn't be able to tell you what that was. We're going to have to use YouTube. I think VLC can transform the M4A. But no, clip grabber just refuses to grab. Doesn't matter what format I select. It's like a cashmere kick or something. Yeah, hard house kind of. Maybe we should have to that one without the click isn't awful. Let's just start so I can get the bass sound done. Then if I have any revelations regarding the I'll just drag that into hello. Why can't I drag the sample out? Does it have to be in the same window? Control to grab. What is going on tonight? Now I'm trying to drag it into a MIDI track so it creates a well, even if I just drag it there, it should just create a new track. But something's stopped. This is an Ableton 12 problem. Oh dear. I'm not sure what this is. What's going on? MI6 messing with me. Well, it tells me the apparently this is a drum and bass kick from Broiler. Can I type that in? DNF into samples. Dark Neuro Funk. That one. What was that about? Anyway, I presume we're like 128-ish, 130. I'll check in a minute. Doesn't matter. Oops, that's not oh yeah, bear with, by the way. I'm still trying to get used to Ableton 12. I do all my daily work in 11 because I have to stay compatible with certain people. So I'm using 12 on the live streams just to try and get used to it, but it is slowing me down. Actually, before I do that, let me edit that click off because we don't want that. Something's been sampled just before a hi-hat. Make sure it doesn't auto fade. The beginning, re-render, put that in. That should be enough. Click gone. Now you see all the forensic thing I wanted to do about when you said is it a separate sub, all that kind of stuff. I can't do that without bringing in the reference. Let me just see if there's a website. Last attempt. #11 gang. What's Cobalt? DJ Sonic. I found a website. Let's see if it works. Let's see how close my right, here we go. Here we go. We may have one. What am I doing? Let's see if it updates. Hey, okay. Hurrah. Yeah, we're not close in terms of tone. So let's get the quick one. I'm not going to use kick 3 for this. We need to be quick because we are taking forever. Right, so the intro is not. All right, so the intro and the outro. The first full kick drum is about here. Over here. That's an interesting sound. Something like that. Do we need any more sensitivity on the chest area of it? I'll definitely take some noise. What can we get from tambourine? Make sure it's mono. Okay, let's put this in. We'll put this next to our other one so we can see exactly how far off I was, because it will be a long way. This is the importance of referencing. You can see it's not I need to take off velocity sensitivity as well for these. I've just remembered. Right, so. Hello. Oh, it's because it's no longer triggering. C3, C1, sorry. See? Nothing like. Also, this is too long. I've caught some of the sub there, which is handy for referencing the lower end. But I don't actually want... all that stuff is part of the sub of the track, not the not really technically the rest of the kick drum, unless they did actually use a very long kick drum. Now we've got the tracking, we can actually scrutinize what is going on right down at the bottom. To answer your question from an hour ago, did they use a separate sub? Let's see what we can hear. Yeah, the level's not coming right, hasn't it? Look at that. That'll get us close. That's fine. So first of all, make sure your reference is the proper reference. For some reason, that came in at -4. YouTube shenanigans. I don't need it to be exact. Just close to peaking. The MP3 conversion will make it peak, so you expect some red lights from the imported version. What key is that? E. That's an E. Let's listen to the octave above. Did they use a separate sub? Hard to tell. Not necessarily. But it's well managed. You can hear it ducks. You can hear the sidechain ducks the first note quite substantially. So there's part of your groove. Let's get some. Let's get a bass sound in before this takes all night. But yeah, listen to my very quick super analysis of where the kick. We were never going to get anywhere near without. This is why it's so important to spend time on. Even if I was going to do it with XO, referencing kicks I own, and not just grabbing it with the resynthesis plugin, Drum Clone, I would have to spend a long time finding something in the right area, because that's half the battle. I need to change the envelope on this. I need sampler because it gives me that control. How far is that in? About 200 milliseconds. You see where the kick actually ends and the sub took over. About 200-ish, 250, let's call it. Sounds like we're cutting it off a little fast there. 270. Don't need any of that. Turn snap off. The envelope's taking care of the rest. We're probably cutting off around here. Yeah. That'll do for now. Right, so... Oops. I just put vital on the kick drum. So we only need, hopefully, squelchy saw. Let's put it on, is it a 12? Something with an envelope like that. And we're on an E. Let's get the rhythm in. Oh yeah, what tempo were we? I didn't even check. Where's the zoom gone in this? Is it because it's not warped? Start there. $125? Really? Sounds faster. That's 150, Ben. It's not that hard. So it is. Just because I've not referenced anything fast today, probably. It sounded a lot faster. So our rhythm is... by the way, it was worth checking the tempo first because it does determine what kind of bass lines you can do. So it's da-da-da-da-da. That's your rhythm. Whether this is one note overlapped and sidechained, don't know. Or maybe it's not even there because of the kick drum. But that's the rhythm. Da-da-da-da-da. So we have to start. I'm just going to keep it simple. Single thought for now. Right, we need to get... this needs to be... We'll have to do side chaining in a minute. Let me get a similar... squelch. Need to get... let's get the ladder filter on. Ladder... maybe that's two, actually. Obviously I know it's not got as much bass, it's not, obviously we're not side chaining yet. I'm just going to get the tone close. There's a note up at the end. Hang on, are we E or is it E flat? Sorry. Am I just hearing that sharp because it's low? No, it is E. It is E. It's a filtered sub. Well, technically no, because a sub is just a sine wave, and a filter on that would do nothing. The brightness isn't coming from clipping. Or are you talking about the kick drum? Am I too far behind in the comments here? multi-band. Oh, let's just get that out. Do that for now. I don't like the click. It's we'll see what's due to side chaining anyway, but right, for speed. Got a symbol in it. Big 909 clap. I'm just trying to. What's going through my mind is how much do we need to bounce off the rest of the beat as well, in terms of what's creating the groove. Obviously, everything is, but let me focus on your question. Sorry. Welcome to ADHD world. We could do with, let's just put the sine wave straight out, and then we'll judge the level of this. Both phase aligned. Yep. And then we'll judge the level of that versus the original once we get the side chain in. Let's see how that kick drum behaves into a normal side chain, and then if not, we'll do a manual one. Better label some stuff, or else it's going to get very confusing. Let me put the ref there. Right, here we go. Peak. Okay. Still don't like the clicking that's going on here. That's not technically a zero attack, is it? I'd rather that was actually zero. It appears it's letting a tiny bit through, which is a shame, because I'm using it for tonal. Actually, if I take the compression off, let's get in the ballpark for now. Okie dokie. Right, let's just check. Right, now we can tell closer to whether all right, I've got way too much tubs. Okay, so sub separation would be good here, I think. Just the saw wave alone. I don't know if you can hear that. Let me just take off the separates. Without even touching it. Obviously our dynamics are different, but you can hear the level of sub is already higher than the record. Or comparable. Now, depending on your system at home, I'm on headphones here, so I'm just on good old HD25, not the best. Actually, let me just hear that with the HD. What was my last one? Yes, this one. Just put my correction curve on for. So the argument for the level's okay, the side chain's not right. So I would probably need a quicker side chain. Let's try compactor. And I would go separate sub, so I've got full control over that. Doesn't sound like they've left much of a gap. If you can't hear it, I'll show you. Oh, damn, did I just reset? No, I didn't. Single sine wave, monophonic. Make sure it doesn't click. Let's just turn this off. So upping the release because you can hear on theirs. I'm already too loud. I'm listening to the very lowest octave here, by the way, not the next octave up, the extra harmonic. We're hearing a bit of that, of course, because we're comparing single sub to full bass. I'm just listening in that lowest octave, right down here. E's what, 39 hertz or something, if I remember rightly. Yeah, one thing you can do is speed up your FFT, your analyzer, and you can try to see if you can get a level of where their sub settles after the kick drum has decayed. See that there? So if your monitoring isn't that good, you can do this in substitute if you can't hear that low. So in terms of how I've got mine set up with the in my case it will be -12, excuse me, actually let's just leave that on, and then I can judge. Still got to do the side chain, obviously. But yeah, we're in the area. We're in the area. And then I could do the same for the second harmonic if I want. Once we get the saw wave back in. Slightly too loud. Gonna put that there. Still got to deal with the headroom problem, which is obviously going to be incoming. Who's recommending compression? Oh, you're talking about, sorry. Are you giving feedback to someone? I hope you're not talking about this. Someone else. Okay, all good. Sorry, I just looked over and someone was suggesting compression on the sub. I was like, you must be talking about something else. Right, now we can sidechain accurately. So take the filter off. So we'll get this out of the way. Let's get this bass back in for a second. It's going to be high side pass. Actually, because it's a standard saw, I'm not relying on, actually, I'll have to listen to how this affects the, let me take the first harmonic out. So we've got no subs in the saw. You know what I'm hearing there? Have they got reverb on their kick? Am I hearing low echoes from that stab? Let me check the sides. Actually, let me do this. Or has the bass got a reverb on it? Do I use auto on the compressor? You mean auto release or auto gain? Which compressor? Which auto are you talking about? What's that noise? I think it might be. Either way, we've got a little bit more. Release on, I can hear. Mono bass, is it? You know the space bats from the MP3 conversion. Bthelick hasn't used a compressor since 1972. For not sidechaining. I'll have you know I wasn't even born in 1972. I'm not that old. But you know what? I can hear kick drum reverb. A tiny amount. But there's nothing on the bass in the side channel. I think they've kind of what reverb would you go for? That's the question. It's like a room rumble. What's good at average rooms? I think normal Ableton's okay for rooms. Obviously, you don't want any of the tops. Don't even want that much. It's very low. You have to judge the pre-delay quite. It's not a hall, it's like a room, so it's... something like that, maybe? It was fairly reverb. Anyway, where are we? Kind of in the area. What was the original question? I got so distracted by the technical problems, I've almost forgotten. So it was Crunch, wasn't it? Have I answered your question, Crunch? Are we there? Was it like the rhythm of the bass? Was it something else? Was it the reverb? Have any of the techniques of analyzing it that I've showed helped you at all? Yeah. The original question was, can you do a Kylie Minogue locomotion breakdown? Was it Jam and Lewis? No, it's Stockake and Waterman, was it? But yeah, I know what you mean. But that's how I'd go about it. Was there more release on the sub? I think there's more release on the sub. Or the notes longer in general, actually. On the upper bass, maybe. It could just be that kind of thing. Ah, I missed it when I grabbed it. Unless it's I mean, it's all in the envelope of the bass is what makes it sound like it's short notes. So the bass would have to go like you have to readjust all of that. Maybe 2 envelopes, one for spike, one for length. But yeah. Hey, whoa, whoa. Anyway, it could just be changing the waveform. Might not be just a pure saw. Might be something else. But anyway, yes, something's going on there, isn't there? Because I'm definitely hearing a lot more sustain in the subs. I mean, in the sub frequencies, the first 2 harmonics. So it's either something to do with that. Unless the upper bass is actually... I suppose the other way you could do it is a very long first 2 harmonics. So you would put the octave on the sub, balance that to the original, and then take the first 2 harmonics out of the upper bass. That would be an option as well. It does if you're using compression or that's going to mess with everything, all of these settings as well now though. So but yeah, could be that option. I can't tell. But yes, it's very, very drony at the bottom. How does it survive out? That's what I want to know. Does it work? Have you heard it out in a club? Because you can hear my my upper notes are now too long. Oh, I suppose the other thing it could be is envelope release, isn't it? It could be that actually. If you don't let the envelope release. So the sustain is only happening at the lowest point. Second harmonic, maybe. Anyway. If you like a lot of chocolate on your biscuit, don't buy our clubs. Oh yeah, there was some headline that club biscuits reduce the amount of chocolate or something. Anyway. Right, I've probably missed a million questions. Oh, did you grab the vital skin? Yeah. The only downside to this skin with vital is the multi-band compressor. In the original skin, you can see the amount of you can see the amount of compression there. Oh! What the hell happened? You can see, yeah, you can see this is your ratio, basically. And that gets completely blown out in the really good skin, which is a shame. I don't know if there's a way of adjusting that. There must be. But I've got a feeling it's something to do with the amount of glow on the... What do you hold? Alt. Edit theme. It might be one of these. I don't know enough about. Yeah, it does the whole thing. I wonder if there's... Anyway. Yeah. I don't know if it's the amount of glow that would show this. Anyway, that's the only downside to this particular theme. If I ever figure it out, I'll let you know. I'll make a new version. Hide. It's all going wrong tonight, isn't it? Look at this. I've never seen it do that before in my life. I swear Ableton 12's messing with my system, man. Oh! Is everyone saying Resident Evil because it's named the stream after last week's stream? Oh, no. I've just realized something. 1 second. Oh, it's done that thing, hasn't it? Oh, it's the name. It's copied last week's. That is not what I called. Okay. Last month's, or should I say November's stream was the live drum and bass Resident Evil themed. I tell you what, I'll load that up just so everyone who clicked who wanted Resident Evil 3 themed drum and bass isn't so disappointed. No. Let me just rename that. I'm sorry it took me about the fifth person mentioning it for me to not twig what was going on. Right, let's it was November, wasn't it? pretty sure that's it. Oh, I've got 2. Oh no, there we go. Live 25. There we go. Right, fingers crossed. I'm going to save that as live 26. For some reason, when I'm recording the screen, I just get really paranoid that it's going to crash because the amount of RAM being used and the fact that I have to have Chrome open, and I just don't trust Chrome. Let's have a look. Is it going to load? I've not listened to this since. Oh, thank you. I remember your name from the donations on yeah. You have to let me know how I pronounce your YouTube name. Thank you for the £10. Here we go. How did you find Resident Evil 2 Remake? It looks great. Is it Fatraji or Fatraji, or how do I say your name? But thank you, yeah. Amazing. Cat Jam. Do I get demonetized for bringing that GIF up? I don't even think I've actually downloaded that one. I should use that one in my in one of my videos. It's probably a bit done by now, though, isn't it? Yeah, the save room came from this, didn't it? And I couldn't find a flute that I could pitch bend, so I had to render it as audio. I need a special avatar. Does anyone draw animations? So we can have a dancing that reacts to a dancing thing that reacts to the music. A dancing goat or pigeon or something. How do we cut it out so it's just that? I need like a separate window. I need it on a transparent background as well. So I can PNG it out. Sounds like a job for AI. It might be able to help me with that, yeah. Fruity Loops has a built-in anime dancer thingy, does it? I'm jealous now. I do have Fruity Loops standing by. I don't want to open it because it's been so long. The first video is obviously going to be me struggling to use it, so I want it to be a genuine kind of first time reaction. Technically not first time, but you know, first time in many, many years. Because you need those moments that are, you know, those true rage bait moments where I can't figure out something really obvious and then people are screaming at the screen who've used it for years. Anyway, that's where we got to in November. The first 30 minutes we'll be rearranging windows so you can see stuff. That sounds like Cubase. Cubase used to have so many windows, you had to kind of juggle. Oh, Fender have bought Studio One off Presonus. Or you mean Fender have bought Presonus, have they? Oh, we've got a note stick. Why is the note stuck? Ableton! It's always had that problem. Speaking of Cubase, Cubase solved the note sticking MIDI thing problem probably in about 2001. And I don't know why Ableton never figured it out. Tension, obviously, yes. Yeah, the solution was to add a panic button. Not to actually fix the MIDI parts that leave notes hanging. The worst one is if you play piano in real time like I do with the pedal, sustain pedal, the sustain pedal stays on for the next clip, which is really annoying. I'm using the VST3 version of Vital. It might be a Vital thing, to be fair. It might be. But it like I say, it does it with piano sample stuff as well. Like every piano I've used has had the pedal sticking problem, so I'm inclined to think it's Ableton MIDI. Right. Anyway, now I've changed the title. People aren't expecting Resident Evil Drum and Bass. Does anyone have any questions on Resident Evil Drum and Bass, or any suggestions on where this might go? Someone just asked me to make, I think, ambient drum and bass in November, and this was what came out of my brain. And then halfway through the stream, I can't remember who it was, someone suggested it sounded like these chords, first two chords sounded like Resident Evil Save Room. And I, while they're not the same, they are kind of a mode inversion of the Resident Evil Save Room. So it was a good spot, which let me do that. The kind of Frisian harp with the bendy flute. What's with that overlap there? That was a mistake. That's fine. because if you take that bottom note off and put it on the octave above, you do get a kind of a Phrygian movement. Sorry, that's not the bottom note. That's technically the bottom note. That's the 7th. It's a G to an F. Is the actual chords. Resident Evil 5 D and B is your favorite. I've never played 5. A little quote from the game in the breakdown. That's what we could use AI to say. You were almost a Jill sandwich. Barry Burton. What was his name? Was it Barry Burton? I can't remember. You were almost a Jill sandwich. It was always so goofy. Was that a question, Visage? You always wonder where Basement Jaxx and Ketema gets their stuff from. Or Manuel Shelby? For his Vengeance packs. Well, Basement Jaxx and Ketema is a lot of sampling. I don't know where from. Obviously, in the original days, Basement Jaxx samples were from actual tracks, or I'm pretty sure they used a few Time and Space type CDs back in the day. Not sure what they do now, or what Ketema would do now. If it's Splice or similar. It is Visage. Is that Schliess? Schlieb? Oh, yeah, I don't know the this character that looks like a bee. That's not in my vocab. Yes. I work with AI. The good news is it's not very good. Music sample AI is actually better than graphic. The machine learning has a lot to be taught. Yeah. As I said in the video, one of my clients uses Suno occasionally. It's impressive on some levels. Oh, Red King, that's it. Thank you. Yeah, YouTube changed lots of names for me. Oh, it's Fat Raji. With your handle, okay. Any advice on writing stabs? Writing stabs? What genre? Most stuff online is dedicated to the sound design. Isn't that the case? Yeah. Thank you, by the way, for the 20. That's incredible. Thank you. Very generous. Does the colour change the higher the number, the higher the donation? I don't think I've seen orange yet, have I? Manuel Schlessis. I'll get it one day. But thank you. Yes. It's not double S, it's SZ. Schlitz. Anyway. What language is it, by the way? Did anyone ever tell you may be Dan Worrell? I've had a few comments, and they are incredibly complimentary. So thank you. Yeah, Dan Worrell is the OG. I love Dan's stuff. I try to. Oh my! No, don't do that. Seriously, Red King 50. Wow, thank you. It's German, is it the language? Pronounced slice. Schleiss. Okay, it is Schleiss. Okay. Wow. Thank you so much. What genre, Stabs, were you referring to? Thank you, Thebes. W indeed. W's in the chats for Red King. Thank you so much. I'm more entertaining than Dan Worrell. Oh, I don't know. I like how dry Dan is. Super dry. He does approach a lot more technical niche content though. Red King, tell me what genre Stabs you were talking about. Give me some examples. I don't know if I have any general advice. Do I enjoy my streaming? Yeah. Yeah, I do. I mean, it's a weird one. It's not my natural habitat. I think it's more just that I enjoy learning, and I enjoy analyzing. I enjoy passing on knowledge. I enjoy teaching greatly. So it's yeah, I enjoy it in that sense. Yes, it's but it's quite nerve-wracking in a sense. I wouldn't say it's like 100% comfortable. Being, on stage as it was. Not that you can, there's not the visual aspect to it, I suppose. What are my stats for YouTube contributions? Oh, I should be able to check on mobile while we're here. Has Red King responded yet? They keep changing the app. This is the problem. There used to be a section which showed contributions. Now it's not. It's not under audiences anymore. Where have they put it? It's under community. Right, community spotlight. It's a weekly highlight, it says now. So it says the most weekly comments have gone to, yes, Sebs 34, Sebs, Sebrosa, Hypo 32, right behind you. Chris Swift on 27, and Apasta that's on 17 with the weekly highlight. Red King. Oh, I think this is all time. Actually, what is this? It doesn't tell me. There's a featured this week section, which I just read out, and then it just says everyone else. And at the top of that is Binary Solo, 169. Auto Pen, 80. Cook, 75. I don't know what period this is over. Red King is there at 69. Seebs U also at 69. Nice, nice. RME, 68. Bangers Mostly, 63. Jason Hess, 49. Mike, 49. Anyway, yes. I wonder if that counts live comments. It can't do, can it? But yeah, you're in the weekly highlights, Seebs. I've just realised I've been calling you either or this entire time. There we go. I'm a natural at streaming, am I? Oh. Well, I watch a lot of streamers on the games side of things. So I suppose you might pick things up. I'll tell you, for anyone wondering if they want to do anything like this, by the way, I do have a piece of advice. Again, it's all my wisdom is just recycled from Seth Godin. So eternal credit to that guy. But he once said, it was something I think it was in his Tribes book. But it was about leadership. It was about, you don't need charisma to lead people. Not that I consider myself a leader. I don't know. Everything like that sounds arrogant to me. But his point was just showing up to do the thing gives you charisma. You know, it's like, I mean, if you listen to my early videos, I sound like I'm asleep, right? So you do have to develop a... You just grow. It's like anything else. You grow into it, I suppose. But yeah, by turning up, it gives you the charisma. It's not the other way around. So if you're scared to do something, just go and do it because it kind of works out. I suppose is the lesson. Yeah, if you don't think you're a natural X, Y, or Z, don't worry about it. Just go and do it because you'll become one. Stage persona. Yeah, see, I'm actually terrible like in front of an actual crowd on mic. Although having practiced this now for a few years, I would probably be a lot better than I was. And since then I've watched a lot of Devin Townsend, and he's an excellent crowd work guy. And I have worked with some great crowd working people. My manager is actually Johnny. He's fantastic with the crowd. So I have picked up a few things, but not practiced them. But I would like to think I wouldn't freeze like I normally do in front of a crowd. What games do I play? Oh, well, my Steam collection is about 700 large, so it's a big list. Right now I'm back on Warframe. Warframe's taking up all my spare hours in the evening. Just about to play the new quest, the old piece, as it's called. Can't wait to do that. Warframe's story is absolutely fantastic. People think it's just a looty shooty fun free thing that's typical of a free to play game, but it's actually one of the best sci-fi stories ever written, in my opinion. Red King, where's your stabs questions? You want to talk about stabs generally? Have I missed it? Please don't donate again. Just type it. Let me click search in here. I'll see if I can find your follow-up question. No, you haven't typed since the... Did they have to go? Did the bank phone and tell him he has to shut his internet off because he spent too much on streaming donations? Where have you gone? Yeah, he might have gone. Oh. Well, for his donation, I will make a note about a video on stabs at least, or certainly for my thoughts for next live stream. Because writing stabs could mean all kinds of things, couldn't it? You've got your basic chord theory, whether it needs inversions, and the voicing of the chord goes alongside what the sound design is. So sound design is definitely important. But in terms of writing rhythms for them, there's a million different types for different genres. So, yeah, so let me make a note here. Writing stabs. Okay. Pin that to the top. This is all weird because you can't see me doing it. Sorry. Put that on in the background. Actually, does that turn down my voice? No. We can do that there. Okay, just in case. I do play Rocket League, yes. Oh, you've been on Doom, have you? The Dark Ages. Yeah, you know what? I played straight through. You know, it's hard to play straight through a game these days. Obviously, time constraints and a lot of modern games just don't grab me as much as, you know, I'm a different person. Games are better, worse now, whatever that argument is, but it's very few games that grab me so much that I have to just kind of like finish them in one sitting. And Doom 2016 was one of those. I went straight through it. Loved it. It did drag out towards a bit at the end, but overall, really well done game. And then Doom Eternal, I think, messed too much with the formula. I didn't like the feeling of being permanently low on ammo and all that kind of stuff, and permanently low on health. And then I'm not sure the Dark Ages. I never finished Eternal, so I didn't buy the Dark Ages because I thought I would go back to Eternal, but I haven't felt the need. The Dark Ages looks very like almost like a bullet hell arcade game in first person, which is fresh, but not what I want from a Doom game. What did you think of it? Oh yeah, Cook's a Fallout 76 player. Yeah, that's interesting. I can't really comment. I didn't. I mean, it's supposed to be in a pretty decent place now, but I think it was too egregious what they tried to do with the monetization, so they don't get a pass from me, even if the game's okay. Are AAA games in trouble now? Yeah, probably. Ubisoft stocks have plummeted, haven't they? Yeah, too much made by committee. Generic. All built around retention instead of passion. I'm not a big AAA player. Oh yes, yeah. Bethesda ID screwed Mick Gordon, didn't they? Yeah, that's another reason. Kavana, looking for feedback on your track. How can you share if I agree? I might do something for the 100k, but I've made a video on track feedback before, because it doesn't matter what I think. There's too many things I would need to know from you, like who it's for, what your aims are, what's your degree of success. Have you got follow-up tracks that meet the same narrative? What is your brand direction? What's the big plan? Because the track one track feedback it's not going to change much. And if it's mixed feedback, it's even more kind of redundant, really. The best feedback you'll get is just put it out there. If you're too scared to release it, at least put it on SoundCloud and then promote it as best you can. But before I even hear the track, I can tell you need to do a lot of work on your story, because that's how it's going to spread. My bass is... I kind of like that bass going over like that. If I hit record and then pitch bend. I do have a video called Track Feedback, by the way, Kavana. Give it a watch, and I'll give you a more complete version of the viewpoint. But yeah, I don't generally do it. I'm thinking of doing something for the 100k, but it's going to be very specific, like what do you want feedback on, and what's the purpose of the track? Why does the track exist? Because if you're just making music at the moment for making music's sake, that's great. You just keep it up. Just call that one done and on to the next. You'll learn far more creating multiple tracks than you will tweaking one forever. And you'll learn even more if you release it. It's very cheap to release these days, so I recommend just get yourself a cheap DistroKid subscription or something like that and just throw a load of tracks up. Find out how they do. Do I tune my headphones to Harman or something? Sometimes. I've got this here. Oh, it's not on this. I did make a rack of... there's a website called AutoEQ, I think it's called, .com. Yes, AutoEQ. and that lists a bunch of curves, correction curves for headphones. It's a user repository, so it's not necessarily accurate, but I did grab a HD25 curve off there for an 8-band EQ and implemented it as a quick rack. I also did some feeding of each ear into the other one to stop the artificial width perception a little bit, just like my debinauralizer rack does. Where is it? Oh, there we go. It's in there. But yeah, this is a correction curve for my HD25s. Looks a little bit like that. Oops. So obviously it's going to sound terrible for you guys, but that's what I wanted to do. There you go. That's what it looks like. I didn't think HD25s needed any more bottom end, but it turns out they are quite... the low end is here, really. It's perceived low end. And they do tail off quite fast after... kind of the... what's that? 40 area? 50? So yeah. That's my debinaural thing. Just the low frequencies fed back into... well, that curve fed back into the opposite ear on a slight delay. Just so it represents speakers a little bit more. What happens either side of your head. I don't run it permanently though. It's for checks. If I really needed something more comprehensive, I would go with something like the Slate VSX, or at least the Lewitt plugin, the one that's got White Sea Studio sampled inside it. Not that I want his studio, I just like the company. Because checking on multiple things is, regardless of what it is, whether it's this or just checking in mono or just filtering the mids for 60 seconds. You know, or listening on your phone for a while. Well, you know, and then coming back to your speakers completely resets your ears because everything sounds dull as hell after you've heard a phone speaker for a couple of minutes. So anything like that, anything that lets you switch up so your ears don't settle, because if you didn't see my video on reference, the brain, the ears and the brain will settle after about 20 minutes. So very dangerous to stay on one thing for too long if you need perspective. Harmonish. Harmonish will do, yeah. I don't think it's some great... everyone should own a gramophone, yes, or a wax cylinder. Yeah, yeah, those will do it, yeah. What was the frequency response of a wax cylinder? I wonder... We can simulate one, can't we, with just listen like this for 2 minutes. Hang on. Oh. We need it to clip. Do you reckon it could even do that? I don't think a wax cylinder could get that high, could it? We need it to be even tighter than that, I think. I told you not to comment, not to donate again. Red King. Right, so you're talking about hard trance stabs. Aha. Oh, yeah, mono as well. Of course, mono. There's our wax cylinder. Although you'd still need the low frequencies to influence the distortion. Because it needs to crap out. So the distortion needs to be full band, but then, yeah, so it would be... I'll come back to you, Red King. 2 seconds. Yeah, so it'd be more like this, wouldn't it? There's accurate wax cylinder. If drum and bass existed back then. I wonder what full level drum and bass would do to a wax cylinder if you could actually transfer it in some reliable manner. Surely it would just die. That might be more accurate, something like that. It might actually be something like that. Anyway. See, now when we listen back, fresh ears. Everything sounds weird. How is your chat being spam filtered? That's interesting. Anyway, right. So, what were you typing? You mean it's removing your comments? Unless you donate. I promise you, I've not set that up. That's very strange. I could do with a reference if possible. Hard trance isn't my bag. I could tell you what I observe. What if we go to is Beatport's hard trance accurate? Does it have a hard trance? It's got trance main, what would be that? Trance raw, hypnotic. That's not the same either, is it really? I swear Beatport's website is so slow. Although it will be the fact I'm streaming as well. Let me just check my chat settings. What's going on here? Oh, hang on. Live chat. Oh, I think it was, hang on. What was it set? Was it set to top chat? It might be at my end. I'm so sorry. Scott Project Renegade Remix. There we go. Right. That's my fault. I didn't see that at the top there. In fact, I couldn't even tell you when they added that. I'm so sorry. Scott Project Renegade Remake is a good reference. Let's go. Sorry. This type? This is where we're at? Ooh. So is this the right reference then? Actually, not sure if it's got stabs now. I was going to say because the other things are Hoover. Once again, for the renegade master, D4 damager, power to the people. Yeah, that's a Hoover type lead, isn't it? What a kick rumble. That's the 2024 remaster. Is it me or does that not have any subs? Hardcore EDM? I disagree. If you go back far enough, as in before what we now know as trance, which happened in the late 90s, if you go early 90s, there was a very slight branch between trance like this and techno. Trance was like the more melodic version of techno back then, but it was very much this. Unless this is late 90s where we're going into rave. When was the original? A bootleg 2008. So yeah, this was. But yeah, the OG trance did look a lot like that. Yeah, I've heard about this JP8080 emulator. I've forgotten the name of the company, but yeah, I've not still not had a chance to check it out. Does it have the presets? That's all I want to know. Chat is always 3 to 5 minutes ahead of me. Yeah, probably. Thank you for the 5, Todd. Would I able to do something on 90s hard trance such as Halloween, Last Day, DJ Tom X remix, 2000. Do something about you want to know how to get the vibe. Well, let's put yours in just in case it's got any stabs in there for Red King. What's Usual Suspects? Red King? Is that the name of a track, or are you referring to Tom's comment? That was the year, I take it. Let's get a feel for this. I can at least tell you my live observations. Track reaction. Oh, okay, actual Halloween. Has anyone heard my techno Halloween remix, by the way? I kept mine in 5/4 like the original. None of this cop-out 4/4 crap. Oof. Oh, the sound degradation is real. Well, that's just a. It's the character of the sound. Obviously, the sound's easy. It's just a detuned super saw with a it's got a phaser on it, a very slow, pretty. I would say it was heavily mixed in phaser. The thing is the character of the sound. It's how Why does it sound old? Apart from the fact there's no low end. There's no high end either. It's like they don't really get past 10K. And again, you can blame vinyl a lot for this. I know it was released on CD, but a lot was still mastered for vinyl, and that had a lot of high frequency limiting. But there's a lot of shaping in the mid character as well. I'm trying to think how you would emulate that. Was it you who asked about the 909 earlier? How to get your 909s to sound like this, Tom? What year did the TC Maximizer come out? Finalizer 96K. See, everyone I knew had one of these in the 90s. Well, early 2000s, definitely. That was their follow-up, yeah. All right, so yeah, it was 90s. Because, yeah, the System 6000, no one could afford that. They did like a baby version of the Finalizer, which I think was 3-band, not 5-band. And everyone slapped it on everything. I won't be surprised if it's not that squished. And another thing you have to remember about tracks back then, this is pre-loudness wars, right? This is well, if it's in the loudness wars, it's at the very beginning. So lots of headroom, nothing pushed to the ceiling. So even if it was squashed by a TC Maximizer, it's not actually dying of death. But a lot less low end, obviously, as well, because that's helping with the headroom. Yeah, not a lot past 10K that I can hear. It'd be interesting to see the Well mixed drums, yeah. Oh, Thebes, thank you. Thank you for the 20, yes. Wow. Can get a similar effect with the Pultec. Yeah, it's got a bit of that about it, hasn't it? The use the top roll off. It's going to not sound right because of a... Well, have I got any remotely close trance I can just throw through? What I want to show you is the effect. What's that thing? It's another strange one, isn't it? 1 second. No. Need older than that. Have I done... What was that? Oh no, that was my Reg tribute. No, what's this?
I will not deny.
No, also with a 9 on 9. I don't know if I've done one under this project name. No, that's not that. It's not going to work unless you have the right kit. Yeah, all my trancey things I've got are just tech trance, as I call it. Did that have a thing? No. No, I go for rim shots for my claps usually. It's all wrong. No. Psytrance. Actually, can I get the Psytrance to sound old? Speaking of Pultec. Oops, what are we doing? What am I thinking of? Is it that one? No. Oh, EQP1, there we go. Yeah, so what you're referring to is attenuation at like 10 and then boost like just below or something. And we want... And then we put the Windows thing on. Yeah, because one thing you need to remember is also, again, sold on CD, a lot of it was still recorded to tape. But definitely mastered for vinyl is part of that sound. Tape 8. Grab another one. Under stereo, wasn't it? To vinyl. Again, the mix is too, like, forward, but... Where's this peak? part of the mood. I would recommend also finding some impulse responses of reverbs of the time. Where's my... I've got a collection of all kinds of stuff over the years here. Where's my impulses? Did I put them under impulses? I did. Gear. If you had good money, SPX 990 was one. But most people had Alesis MIDI verbs and stuff. Throw that into a convolution reverb. Obviously, I'm doing this on a master, but it's just all part of the discussion. What would, let's go for plate, a bright plate or something. Oh, it's all in left, right, so that's a shame. Anyway, I'll just grab one for... But you get how bad the reverb is. And that would go on, they did reverb the hi-hats back then. A little bit. Everything was on a send, obviously. Because you could only afford one or two. But yeah, all this stuff's kind of free online somewhere. I can't remember. This is... I wonder what the file date on this is. 2023? No, that'll be the date the drive was made that I've copied it across to. It's definitely older than that. But yeah, just grab yourself some impulses from old school reverbs. Not particularly expensive ones. Don't be going for lexicons. Or Bricastes. Oh, there's a MIDI verb too here. Are these? Oh, these are stereo. Short one. Yeah, prefer the other one, but you get the idea. Yeah, there's lots you can do. So air windows, vinyl and tape. Get those highs limited off, and then I don't know if you want to go as far as actual pitch drift as well. Because remember, things weren't stable up until a certain point. Depending on how early in the 90s you want to go, because it was all Atari ST then, which was just MIDI, so you sent all your modules to tape still. Maybe ADAT towards the end. Anyway, that's my general recommendation for all that kind of stuff. We still need to tackle these stabs. Has anyone thought of a track yet? Hard trance stabs. Do I ever pay attention to peak loudness levels? Well, I do in the sense that I'm Lewis. So I'm just scrolling back randomly. See if I can answer anything quickly. I do in the sense that I'm referencing. So as long as I'm in the ballpark of the reference, that's my overall loudness taken care of. I don't care about the peak. No, because I don't have a limiter on anyway. So it's clipping on the way out, and I'm listening for distortion. That's not. This is there for demonstration purposes. I don't actually use a clipper. You just let the door clip, and because what you're hearing is converted to 24-bit because of your sound card, your audio interface, you'll be able to catch by ear any interpolation errors from converting from digital back to analog. And if you can hear egregious distortion, then find out what's causing it in terms of conflict in your mix and sort it out. Yeah, but other than that, I'm not looking at peaks at all. And I'm not looking at loudness units either. So oh, I missed what Tom was saying, sorry. Were we talking about red and purple label? Was it this one? Oh, is this a different mix? Oh, it is. Oof. Even lower-fi. You got a 90s Behringer compressor and everything you put through it makes it worse. I'm not surprised, yeah. That might be one way to go about it. Was that your attempt to get the 90s vibe? Behringer. A lot of people would have had the Behringer stuff, yeah. Because it's all they could afford. Actually, yeah, Behringer was just coming in the 90s, late 2000s, yeah. Because before that, it was Mackie or Soundcraft, and those weren't cheap. Who's asking questions that I haven't answered? I'm catching a vibe down the chat here. Siebes, you tried something on Ko-fi and it didn't go through? You mean the donation failed? Zero-fi. Not lo-fi, zero-fi. Yeah, if you've asked a question and I've missed it, sorry. I'm catching up on the chat. If I'm looking at my screen doing something, then I can't. I find it hard to look at the chat at the same time. Sorry. I could do with a second monitor higher up, really, for this kind of thing. Whoever said I seem natural at doing live streams, there's the truth. Absolutely not. I'm terrible at reading the chat. All right. What was Kavan asking? You said today is not your day. What was that about? There's Tom on the Tom Edwards. Yeah, the reverb on the track. Yeah, that worked for you. Okay. Yeah, remember in the 90s that because they would have had one reverb on a send, a lot of sounds got sent to it, like more than you would today. Trom House. What was this? Moon Clips Deep Distance. 338, a vocal question. Let's have a quick listen. Original mix, I'm presuming. Oh, right, okay. There's a couple of ways of doing that. What would be... The vocal needs to be in the area, unless you're going to vocode it. Let me get... see if I can get something... Would it be spoken word or not? How many times does Splice need to ask to connect? Male vocal. Not that it has to be male, but let's keep it.
Split that.
Let's try spoken. It's kind of half. It is on a pitch, and I'm going to auto-tune it to a pitch.
Packs. I'm the top one. Step on. I'm the top one. The rest get popped on. I'm the top one. The rest. Step on now, boy, cause you know.
It's a vibe.
Step on now, boy, cause you know me no player. Can't shut me up, me have enough things.
You know what? That's not actually...
Step on now, boy, cause you know me no player. Can't shut...
Different performance. Obviously, the performance matters. So if you want exactly that, you're going to have to find the vocal of someone half speaking, singing like that. But this is the principle, so...
Step on now, boy, cause you know me no player. Can't shut me up, me have enough things to say.
One way of doing it is... let me go... let's just go 128. In Ableton, what I would do is... There's a function here called... slice to MIDI track. And if I slice it by transients, Let's delete all of this.
Step on now, boy.
Not that it matters, but that note is... Let me do this the normal way so any of you can follow along. Sounds like it's an F sharp. So the note here doesn't matter. I'm gonna auto tune it to F sharp though. So we want grid on 16s. This is the first way of doing it. I don't know if they've done it. Actually, you know what? We don't even have to draw this out. We could just hold one note, in fact, and then just put an arpeggiator on random with a gate. I'll show you why there's two ways of doing this first in a minute. Arp. Right, so grab the arp, put this on 16th notes. Gates, that's probably fine. And then we need to put it on random. Hello? Oh, hang on. Steps. It would need to be... Oh, 1 second. Right, so... I can't think of an easy way of doing this, so I'll just do this right now. I'll present it all vocal triggers. So whatever it chopped up, let's just say that many. And if you want it to stay put, you could do something like the free spot on auto tune. Just fix it onto that one note, F sharp. Get rid of all the others. So we just want that one. Full speed, full amount. So that's one way. The other way would be still put the auto tune on him.
Step on now, boy, can you know?
Let's double time him.
Step on now, boy, can you know me no play? Can't shut me up, me have nothing to say. Real dog, we not.
Let's put him in time first.
Step on now, boy, can you know me no play?
Something like that.
Step on now, boy, can you know me no play? Step on now, boy, can you know me no play? Can't shut me up, me have no. Step on a boy, cause you know me no play. Can't shut me up, me have nothing to say. Real dog, we not in a delay. Say we a chat, listen, we a listen. Step on a boy, cause you know me no play. Can't shut me up, me have nothing to say. Real dog, we not in a delay. Say we a chat, listen, we a listen, Jan26. Step on a boy, cause you know me no play. Step on a boy, cause you know me no play. Can't shut me up, me have nothing to say. Real dog, we not in a delay. Say we a chat, listen, we a listen.
Yeah.
Step on a boy, cause you know me no play. Can't shut me.
Let me just do that for now. But yeah, what I was going to do for the other method was just take A1 trigger gates. It's on the wrong. Just put it on trigger in 16th like that. Yeah, that kind of thing. Oh, we got things. So that's just letting it run in the background, hopefully in the right rhythms, and then you just gate it with this with a plugin like this. So just you could choose the length of your, the steps. Or you can put it into a sampler as random chops. If your DAW doesn't have the ability to just instantly chop things into MIDI, then you would just literally slice at every syllable that you could see or hear and drag that into like a sample pad type instrument, and then just trigger them at random with whatever means you have to trigger random MIDI notes. I think that's what they're doing because I can hear multiple retriggers. So I think it's that method. But there we go. Does that help? I forgot who asked that. Sorry. Was it Tromhouse? Anyway, I hope that answered your question. Yay. Okay, good. It was you. Right. Yeah. Make sense? Wicked. Oh, yeah. Kavanna wanted feedback. Yeah. Cook's answer there is perfect. And Siebes, yeah. You don't want feedback from me. Put it out there. Get feedback from real people. Release it, or at least SoundCloud it. I know SoundCloud. Yeah, Arnold says SoundCloud doesn't get a lot of traffic. That's the harsh lesson in general, though. If you don't upload regularly and you don't already have a regular brand, then your track's not going to do anything anyway, regardless of how good it is. It's still got to spread somehow. So you've got to work on everything else. Meaning everything else apart from the music. What kind of effect is the robot? Oh yeah, sorry. There's if the auto tune will not, if pinning it to an auto tune will not give you that robotic effect perfectly, you could always throw it through a vocoder. So again, I'll just use Ableton's built-in ones for now. So let's take this off. I'll do it on the retriggered one. Let's take the auto tune off. So what we need is a synth. This will let you pick the tone. So for now, I'm just gonna leave it on the saw wave, just absolute default, nothing. Pick a low note, F1. We'll just run that. We're going to turn that off, that channel. We're not going to hear it play back. Sounds like this though. In fact, I'm going to go lower than that. Mute it, and then it becomes the carrier signal for our vocoder. So we say external carrier signal, inputs. Let me label that Voxin, just to make it easy to find. There it is. Now we get this. And there's all kinds of parameters we can bring through some of the noise. It's not just a synth. We can maybe put both on, mix them together. There's a billion. We might need more high frequencies in the synth signal. Let me put some noise on. Let's try an octave. Okay. Will that give you more of a robotic? Let's turn it up. Something like that. But yeah, that's one way. There's I can't think of a free example, but have I got it installed right now? No, I haven't. Little Altar Boy by I don't know if you got the free plugins that we gave away over Black Friday for Sound Toys. They do one called Little Altar Boy. That's got like a robot function, which is somewhere in between the auto tune and the vocoder. There is another way. You could take any delay and make it short enough. That's another way of getting robotic kind of sounds. Just a delay on a very short time. You fine tune the time till you find the pitch. Bit of feedback. Don't let it run away though. You get that kind of vibe. Yeah, that's about everything I think of. Ableton has a resonator plugin. There's things like that in there. Ring mod. Oh yeah. Ring mod. Arnold says. Kilohertz has got one. Yep. Good shout. It's got a built-in oscillator. Can we? Can I not have a sine? Can I have? I can ring by itself. No. Oh, well, let me do it. Okay. That's stereo, isn't it? Yeah. That's not the kind of ring. Ableton Zone. It's frequency shifter, isn't it, again? That's a... Can't find it. But there's all kinds of manner of things you could do. You could ring mod off a synth as well. Set it to input 3 and 4. Set your sidechain to a synth, and let's hear that actually while we've got one set up. Put that there. Yeah. Anyway, get creative. Raid your effects library for the robotic effect. But yeah, in terms of the chopping effect, either re-trigger a sample or use something like the Gate, A1 Gate by Alex Hilton. Again, all free. Oh, Melda. Yeah, Melda has one as well. Anyway, yeah. Was that Mr. Bthelick? Hopefully that gives you an idea. Speaking of ring mod, yeah, what do I think of the ring mod? Because the compactors brought that conversation up. Ring modulation side chaining. What do I think of it? If you're making funk, tear out dubstep, tear out drum and bass, anything super aggressive, I think it's good. If you don't want literally any space left for any, well, just any space left for any groove or silence, ring mod sidechain is the way to go. If you don't mind the bass that you're sidechaining being distorted, obviously by ring modulation sounds, changing its character, which usually isn't a problem when the bass is super aggressive, then ring modulation sidechaining is great. If you take a sidechain like compactor though and slow it down to normal compression timings, it just behaves like any other compressor on the sidechain. It's not special. Actually, the attack portion is useful because it's a look ahead attack. So it ducks before the compression starts, before the sidechain starts, which is psychoacoustically, it's quite handy for clarity. So I would say it's important for, I mean, it's useful for that when you're not actually using it for the ring modulation. What's the difference between ring modulation sidechaining and just normal sidechaining? Basically, all that's happening in compactor's case is it's behaving so fast, it's become a ring modulator. Basically, so it's following it's able to respond in sub-milliseconds, so it's actually fast enough to track the waveform of the thing it's sidechaining, right? So you know how a sound like a kick drum is a good example. Just let me. That. So if your kick drum's doing that, and you sidechain off it, it will literally bounce between the gaps. So you will get it creates the side effect is you'll get like a tonal distortion. It will sound like a synthesized note kind of thing. Basically, once you get down to these timings that it can react to the waveform, it's audio rate it's called, but it becomes a type of ring modulation. That's all it is. It's basically an extremely fast compressor. So if you want it for space and groove in the low end, it's not good because it will just literally fill all the gaps, and it will cause your bass to audibly distort. But if you're literally heading for like -4 LUFS maximum, like nonsense noise, novelty drop kind of levels, then ring modulation sidechain is like really good. because your bass is already so distorted that the sidechain really won't. You might not even hear it because of how noisy the original signal is. But it'll just let your kick sit there without adding to the level, ideally. It creates its own level a little bit, but anyway, yeah. Whereas most normal sidechains don't react that fast, so there's like a recovery phase, right? Usually measured in milliseconds, which is too slow to track audio. Well, audio below above 20 hertz kind of thing. So. But that recovery period is what gives normal sidechaining its what makes it sound clean. Do I know how to simulate the sliding of a finger on the guitar in between notes? No. I've never sound designed it, no. I would just use a plugin like Ample. Or a lot of the ones for Contacts by, was it Scarbeat? They have them in as well. Yeah, in terms of simulate, no, unfortunately. If it's not part of the scripting of the instrument, or you actually have samples of it, then I don't know. See, this has got, you could put them in, or if you're playing and you move a certain distance, it will do it for you. Oh, I am... Acoustic Reese. Why does this sound weird? There we go. Right, so yeah. I don't know if it's going to do it. One sec. It's not doing it. Do I have to play single notes? Oh. There you go, you can hear it. Yeah, every now and then it adds a slide. Anyway, yeah. I'm playing this on keys, yeah. You can trigger it on anything though. Pads, keys, QWERTY. Shall I see how we go down on the QWERTY keyboard? I can't play multiple octaves on the QWERTY keyboard. Standard mode, keyboard mode. Try that. And I've run out of keys. Sorry. Oh, sorry. I don't have live Ko-fi notifications on, I'm afraid. In fact, I've got everything muted while I'm on stream anyway. So, what have you said? Let's have a look. I can look live while we're here. I need to catch up on Ko-fi messages. Homepage, login. What's is it Pete? Yeah, Peter Brown. Hello, Pete. Yeah. Thank you for the 5. Yes. Was I a fan of early 2010 Swamp 81 non-plus music? Trying to recreate the basses from the music by Bodica and Joyo like Tricky. Bodica and Joyo like Tricky's team and Big Room Tech House. DJ Tool. It cuts off. Hang on one sec. We read the full message. No, I don't know what any of those are. Let's have a quick listen. I was going to end the stream about 10 o'clock, so we shall have to... I don't recognise this by name, at least. I think it was Joy Orbison, though. I remember Joy Orbison a lot. Because Hive Mingo is still on my playlist. Is this one? Pete? What do I got to do Whew. That's a Pete. Oh. Nonsense stab. Not even a note. What do I got to do Yeah, it sounds like a piano played so low you can't hear the notes, and then high passed to get rid of the low end. Yeah, it's a piano step, yeah. Played low. On some crunchy chords, so even crunchier when it's played lower. I don't think this is a track, though, because it's not got any bass in it. You were talking about basses, were you, Pete? Oh, Tricky's team. What was that? Is that one of their tracks? Oh, spell, Ben, spell. My keyboard's really far off to one side when I'm streaming, so it's really hard to... That's my excuse. Oh, there we go. Sorry, that was the name of the track. Bass. Woo! That does sound like phase distortion. That's it. You can hear the remaining harmonic there, which is a fifth above the original. Wow, okay. Reminds me of Fake Blood. One of the crazy noises in Mars. Yeah, this is all... That sounds like a guitar. No idea. I mean, it's part dependent on the distortion afterwards as well. But yeah, God, how on earth? Let's try. Oh, I'm still in playing mode. Let's try a very quick. Serum's got a proper phase distortion. Takes a while to set up in Vital phase distortion, so I'll do it in Serum. We just need where's the right? Yeah, just need a pure sine. Sorry, I'm in Vital mode, so it's one. Like, I don't know if it's 90. I don't know if it's 7 or if it's 19. Basically the basics of an organ, and then phase distortion off A. I don't know which way round it is. Let's go the other way around. Then what happens when you... No, not a lot. This would be off. Sarah, behave. No. Let me just see what a distortion does to these interactions. What would you go with? Obviously filtered. There was some kind of actually, can I... Did I hear a notch? It felt, it needs to be before the distortion. It felt like... It felt like this kind of interaction where Maybe it's not phase distortion. Maybe it's just playing FM. Anyway. No. It felt something like that modulation was going past some kind of, maybe it's tied to the notch, into some disturbance, like, I don't know what the distortion would be. Could have even been folded, yeah. But you're that's not something I'm going to get very quick, I'm afraid. Right, he sent me some doozies today. I failed the Fred again one, and yeah, I'm not going to have time to dive into this, unfortunately. I've got to go and eat. Maybe it's done with pitch bend and one on a fixed oscillator. But yeah, very interesting sounds. They would take a very long time to reverse engineer. A lot of trial and error. Nothing I can immediately say it's definitely this, I'm afraid. Definitely this or that. Eat, yeah, it's 10 o'clock here, so ideally I'd like to eat before 11, and then I usually go to bed about 3. Tomorrow's session doesn't start till midday, 1 o'clock. In fact, all my sessions these days are afternoon onwards. So yeah, I'm on the late clock by default. Also, my voice is definitely on its way. IS is in Mexico. $4 p.m. there, is it? But thank you. Thanks especially, Red King, all the donos. We will do, we'll find some hard trance stabs. And get you sorted. Ooh. Anyway, let's put the 90s chain on my drum and bass. Thank you, everyone. Thanks, George. Thanks, Hypo, IS, Red King, Ad Hoc, Cornell Composer, Cornell, Siebes, Arnold, thank you, Cook. You're very welcome. Have a great evening. Where's my OBS? There it is. You know, something I realized, I always thought I was fading you guys out, but every time I go to this screen with my logo on, I since found out it actually mutes the sound. Oh, it's not done now. There we go. Night night.